And there we go. The microphone is on. Welcome, everyone. I'm glad to have you all on board today. It is a nice day here in Edmonton. And let's see. It's May 24th of 2023. And welcome to everyone. Glad to have you all on board here. And Philomena, I was watching the chat earlier, and I do want to address that right off the bat. And just so you understand, when we set up a stream, it's YouTube that sends out the notifications, not me. It's your settings that you have on your system, whether you're using a phone or a computer or tablet. If you have notifications turned on, you should be receiving them from YouTube. They have nothing to do with me, okay? I run the stream, and if it doesn't show up, it's not me being at fault for it. It is YouTube. So please understand that. You know, everybody gets the notifications. Some people don't. I know that. It's happened to me before as well. I should be getting notifications from people like David Brewer, as an example, when he goes live. And it's very rare that I get a notification from him or from YouTube for his streams. Some of the time it happens afterwards. His stream has already finished, and then YouTube finally sends me the notification. So just so you're aware of it, it is YouTube that sends out the notifications, not the stream owner. And it's very, very important that you understand that. So try not to blame the stream owner for it, because they're not responsible, and it doesn't matter who it is. And I'm not trying to pick on you or anything, but just so we have an understanding, that's where the notifications come from. It's YouTube, not the stream owner, okay? And hopefully YouTube will smarten up. You know, that's something that what you could do is email YouTube, and I'm not sure how you put in a complaint, but you can indicate to them somehow, some way, that you don't get your notifications, and that, you know, they need to fix it. So they will look into it. That's all I can say about it. But anyway, yeah, don't hold your breath, Dr. Fox. You don't look good blue. Yeah, I know. It's it is what it is, Piggy. And that's the thing with YouTube. And I mean, you know, with Gary had special streams that he was running, and of course I wouldn't get notified. So all the way it is, you know, unfortunately. But anyway, let's leave that be. And you know, that's the avenue you should go after if you're not getting notifications. I would, yeah, I would just basically, you know, consider it to be something that you need to take a look at. Sometimes what helps is if you go in and turn off your notification and then turn it back on. That resends a signal to YouTube, and that may help. So consider that. So that is a possibility. Anyway, let's leave that be, and everybody relax and chill out. It's a time to have a good stream. So let's get at things. First person in today was Henry. And Henry gets the cookies, and then there we go. I got those for Henry, and I want to say a thank you to Piggy for gifting that one membership, and Kevin Haynes got it, And that is where'd that go? There he is. Oh, sorry, not Kevin Haynes. Kevin Williams. My bad. Kevin Williams was gifted that membership, so congratulations, Kevin Williams, and awesome from you, Piggy. That is a very kind and generous. All right. Okay, just Philomena, just relax, okay? That is probably your best bet for right now. And is it Ken Wilson or Williams? Wilson. Oh boy, I messed that up too. Wilson. Yeah, Ken Wilson. We'll get it right yet. It's like science. It's self-correcting. Oh, it's okay. We're all good. Okay. Yeah, Philomena. Those kinds of comments you need to just hold back. Okay, that is going to get you in trouble. And yeah, now somebody else deleted it, and we don't need argumentative stuff in here. So let's not do that. Third time lucky. Yes, Sue. So that is what we got. Anyway, let's get at the stream. And first off, I'm going to say welcome to our wonderful moderators. We have Arizona Snowman and Piggy and a CND Boy, as well as Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, and possibly Lucas Snow and Joseph Fields, Texas, and Mona Lisa Smiles. So welcome to our wonderful moderators, and they do a fantastic job, and they are great people. So please do show them the respect they deserve, and that is what they are in here for the stream, helping out, and they don't need to be. They do it because they enjoy it. They do it because of the love of the Lava family and everyone in here. So that's what I really appreciate about them, and very good, kind people. And let's carry on with everything else. So big things on the shaker tables today. Well, we got some funny shaking going on in Iceland. Let's see, where else have we got some weird things going on? We had a fairly large quake in the Banda Sea in Indonesia, and that was a 6.2 in magnitude. Happened at 9:49 this morning, 166.5 kilometers down. So a pretty large quake there. Hope everyone in that area is faring well. And let's see, what else on the news? Well, we know Popocatépetl is continuing to do its eruptive activity, as well as we are kind of continuing to see Etna do some interesting things, and up and down. So very interesting to see that. It had another burst, and I'm hoping that we will see a full-blown eruption from Mount Etna in the near future. So that is something to consider there as well. And of course, let's see if we can do something here. I'm going to show you a nice picture of what the result was of, let's turn this off and turn that on. This is the result of all that SO2 that was there. Music lost another ice icon. Oh, yeah. We'll get to that in a second. I just want to mention this first. That is one heck of a nice looking sunset, and I want to commend the photographer on the brilliant shot that she had gotten here. And of course, this is from the island of Kos. And thank you, Piggy. That's a beautiful shot. Gorgeous, gorgeous sunset shot. And thank you for sharing that with us. And all good. Good job, Kermit. Oh, it was Piggy's picture. Tom, you better watch out. You're going to get, you better, yeah. Anyway, the icon that we lost today was a lady that I did have a lot of respect for. And I actually met her, and I was actually security for her when she was here in Edmonton. And that is our wonderful Tina Turner, who passed away at the age of 83. And yeah. So, yeah, I really do have to say we lost a very, very good entertainer and musician. And Tina Turner, of course, will be remembered, in my books, personal memory, because of having met her. And she, of course, like I said, she's a wonderful person. And having had the opportunity to speak with her just in a relaxed state, just to chat with her a little bit, I can tell you that she is a down-to-earth person, and she worked damn hard to get to where she was. So it's all good. Anyway, Tina Turner passed away at the age of 83, and she was definitely a very wonderful person. So, and I'm glad I met her. So very, very good. And let's get to saying hello to everyone in here. And I see Yvonne Kunkel just got here. Welcome, Yvonne. And we'll start out by saying hi to Yvonne, and we'll also say hi to Henry Nelson, and Sue Hayes, and Philomena, and Robert Frary, and Brian, Perfectibility 999, and Thor, and Hermione, and Fluffy. And going up the ladder a little bit more, let's see who else we got in here. Tom and Pepper. Welcome, Tom. And yeah, Piggy is in jail, but she escaped. She still has those tools hidden underneath the hay pile there. And that is the way it worked. Teresa is also here. Aloha, Teresa. And another aloha to Mark the Shark. Good to have you back on board. And Janice is also here. Welcome. Going up and looking for other wonderful people as we scroll up, trying to get everyone's name in here. So we'll see. Dan is also here. Welcome back, Dan. And let's see. Yeah, Ken Wilson. I'm not sure if Ken is in or not, but congratulations. If you are here, hello to you. And still scrolling upward, looking for other wonderful people. Grandma B, if you happen to be listening, glad your operation was a success. And yes, I can imagine that you need a couple of days for your eye to heal up there. And hopefully everything will be absolutely fantastic after things heal. So that is great stuff. And going up a little bit more, we got Teresa, we got everyone else. I think Diane is here. Welcome, Diane. I'm glad to have you back. Also, see Kim Raudenbush was here. Welcome, Kim. if you're listening and not buffering. And hope those mice are okay. Let's see, who else we got in here? Still going up, looking for more wonderful people. And let's see, LOL, Gemma, the Super Kitty, Dave, and possibly Claire also on board. Welcome. And still going up, looking for others. Lucas is here as well. Welcome back, Lucas. And Pamela Moncure also on board. Welcome, Pamela. And I think I'm up at the top of the list. So going all the way down to the bottom, I see Louise just popped in, and Frank McLeod is back as well. Welcome to both of you. And Yvonne, of course, being here. Welcome, Yvonne, and hopefully, oh, Grandma B is waving hi at us, and good to have you there, Grandma B. Yvonne, tell us what's going on with Mount Etna. Is Etna going to erupt again? We want to see something. I'm kidding. I know you're not down there, so you wouldn't. Of course, it would erupt now while you're not there. That's the way it's supposed to be, isn't it? Murphy's Law. Anyway, Piggy, thank you for that wonderful shot of our wondrous sunset there from the island of Kos in Greece, and a beautiful sunset shot. So worthy of doing that. Doc, I'll slap you. Oh, come on, Yvonne. Don't be so mean. Yeah. I probably deserve it. All right, let's go over and take a look. We'll turn that banner off too. We'll get into Hawaii right away. And Hawaii needs to get at it. We are waiting for an eruption of some sort. Yes, Louise, Tina Turner was there. Yeah, we already talked about that. Passed away, unfortunately. And, having met her myself, I do really, I feel that pain, okay? Put it that way. But a wonderful person. Yeah. And, nature is going to do its thing, but nothing we can do to stop it, unfortunately. Anyway, getting over to Hawaii here, just having a quick look. Not a heck of a lot of action there at Halemaumau crater at Kilauea. And we are continuing to see the smoke from the usual west vent and the west lava pond. And of course, over here on the side, kind of interesting. And Frank, I'm currently home with a fractured ankle. Louise, how'd you do that? Oh, don't tell us you were chasing some good-looking guy. Anyway, hope you're on the mend, and that should be okay. Not seeing anything at collapsing, so we'll see. Definitely going to keep an eye on it. Going to refresh this shot from yesterday and see what it looks like. A nice and clean shot there. Southeast lava pond looks clean and dry, of course, as well as the central vent and the west lava pond with the northern end here smoking, and then of course the west vent that is continuing to smoke, and down here in the forefront where we did see a little bit of glow previously, we may even be able to see some of that again, but we'll see what happens. Yeah. Anyway, let's go to the next shot. And there we go. That is, of course, from today. You can see at 13:28 Hawaii time. And, of course, that is the B1 camera. Pretty close to the level of the caldera, and we still see pretty much everything being the same in that whole area, keeping an eye on more rock slides happening around the edge of the crater. As previously mentioned, some of those rock slides with the current quakes and stuff have kind of increased a little bit, and some of it being a little bit newer than others. So something to keep an eye on. And I don't think that'll make it erupt, but you know, when we get larger quakes, it will definitely do its thing. Let's see. Going at, well, I gotta refresh this one. That's yesterday's shot. And there we go, looking at the thermal image, so nothing new in it. We are still seeing that hot spot down in the bottom here. So we'll leave that be, and we will move on to our next location. And of course, that is going to be over in Iceland. And I just got to find it. There we are, Iceland. All right, let's pop over there and have a look. And it is 23:33 there. Hey, it's a break time, or a sort of. Okay, I'm going to keep going here until the top of the hour, or I try to. I might have to take a little bit of a break earlier, but we'll see. And yeah, 23:33, and it's still light out. Surprise, eh? So pretty awesome to see that. But we do see it is actually raining there in some areas, and if we go back about 10 hours to get a better feel of what it was like. This is about 10 hours ago, and it was raining back then too, and that is kind of what we've got going on there. So not the greatest of weather. This shot from the Perlin Center right in the city of Reykjavik, and we will go on to the next shot. We're going to make this one smaller, next one bigger. There's the regional airport, and that is what we've got going on there. And not bad, but it doesn't look that good. Let's go back that 10 hours there as well. And I think there we had some rain right hitting the camera, so hard to see. And even if we go back a little bit less than that, I think that might help. Yeah, we get out of the rain and cloudy stuff here. A little, well, that's about 7.5 hours ago. As you can see, raindrops, that kind of nasty weather. Not much we can do about it, but that is what it's like. Let's keep going, go to the next one. Of course, this is the shot from down on the Reykjanes Peninsula, just right down at the very bottom where the lighthouse is, and that is what we were seeing right now. Of course, you can see the steam geyser here doing its thing, and of course these other vents that are opened up are actually pipes, and when the geothermal plant has enough steam, they open up the additional venting to allow that extra steam off and let it vent. Yvonne is going back to sleep. Good night, Yvonne. You take care of yourself and have a good rest, and maybe I will see you later or tomorrow, and take care. Let's go back about 10 hours here. It looked a little bit better. I'm going to try to hit a sunny spot, and that would have been right around here. That's actually 9 hours and 45 minutes ago, but hey, close enough. We can see a little bit more, and it actually looks about the same except for a little more visibility. Not able to see Grindavik there, and or the towers or anything in the background, but the forefront, of course, we can see, and most of the area here, the grasses and mosses have turned green and are starting to grow, and of course we see our vents venting. So your voice needs one. Did you take a break? No, Piggy, I didn't. I do think I do need to take a break. Let me just finish off with looking at the Iceland cameras when we get back. Let's just do that real quick. And then I'm going to take a break. And I do hear it myself, so it's kind of a gruff sounding. There's the present view of Katla. Unfortunately, we're not seeing anything. Bops, Dr. Fox, a break. Oh boy, a Piggy. Thank you for the $2 or £2 super chat. And yeah, we're going to just finish off this, and then I will take a break. I do need to do that. Anyway, there we go. Get back about 10 hours. You can almost see it, and in the clouds, the ice pack in the back here. That, of course, is a Katla, and not much going on there. We did have a quake there, so we'll be okay. Anyway, I am going to go take that break, so be good, be kind, and take care, and don't go away. When we come back from the break, we will have our wonderful harmonic tremor charts, and I continue on with the earthquakes that have been happening there in Iceland. So I'll throw it on the canned lava, and let's see, there, right there, and we got it. Okay, my grumbly rough voice is going to take a break. I will be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Please play nice in the lava, and you know, be good and keep smiling, and hit the like button if you haven't done that yet. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing and help us out grow the channel a little bit more. Not good, Louise. Not good. And speaking of birds, I seen the tail feathers of one on one of my cameras earlier. I moved the camera and shooed it away. I'll be back in a few minutes, you guys. I'm going to be on break for 5 or 6 minutes. Here comes some music. Don't go away. And the microphone is back on, and I'm trying to talk softly so I don't make too many harsh noises with my throat. So we'll see if we can take it easy on here. Thank you for the welcome backs from Wonky Donkey and Sue, and welcome Oz. Good to have you back on board, Oz, and nice to see you. And also thank you Hermione and Fluffy and Diane and Henry and Teresa and everyone else. My friend is walking with Thistle for me. Oh, awesome. That is good. At least Thistle is getting out a little bit of exercise. Tucker Thistle out. So that is good. Anyway, let's park our wonderful lava, and we will get over to our harmonic tremor charts as I promised. So let's refresh that, and we'll get at things and see what's going on there. So yesterday we did see that very high increase, and she sleeps. Okay, and very good, Piggy. And thanks, Thor. And had a nut bush in my ear. A nut bush? Yeah. Okay. We'll stay away from that. Anyway, looking at our chart here, we are seeing that the magmatic was on a decrease, so heading back downward. But we also see the seismicity of the green one, as well as our tectonic movement from our blue chart here, heading back down. So, and a few little spikes in between. I have not had an opportunity to take a look at the earthquake map in detail, but we'll have a look at that in a couple of minutes. Let's go up to the other one here. Askia, of course, is our next one that we want to take a peek at. And there is the chart for Askia. And we are seeing a bunch of little spikes in there again. Our magmatic is doing about the same thing as what we've seen at Fragile Field. So I kind of wonder what the heck is going on. And then, of course, the seismic and tectonic are kind of holding together here and indicating, that this is likely another bit of a movement from the tectonic plates rubbing together or pushing together or being forced upward. There's all kinds of different things that could happen. We're not exactly sure what's going on, but that is what's referred to as a transverse area. So it is sliding along sideways, but it's not truly sliding along sideways. It's kind of an angle, and one plate is not facing the other one dead on. So it's kind of a different way of doing things. Anyway, that's what we're seeing at Askia. So we might see some quakes up there. Let's take a look at the other charts. Going to go look at Grimsey, and Grimsey, of course, is the northernmost point that we have some activity at. And look at all these quakes. Grimsey has been a busy area. It's a magmatic, though, down as well. Same thing with the seismicity, and it rebounded a little bit. But definitely a big decrease as far as what we've seen yesterday and early this morning. It popped right up and dropped right back off. But we've got a lot of quakes in that area. So we'll take a look at that shortly. And, of course, this is the chart for Grindavik. And that is almost the same as Fragile Field. Grindavik, of course, to the southwest of Fragile Field. And we see the same kind of decrease as far as magmatic is concerned. and the seismicity holding the lower position here as well, as it went down a little bit and kind of rebounded and holding steady now. And of course our tectonic decreased in activity big time. So that is what we've got there. Let's go look at the Krusovik chart. Gives us a better idea of what might be happening there, or at least somewhat of an idea. Maybe not a better idea, but somewhat. And same thing there, the magmatic heading down, seismicity about the same as what we've seen just a moment ago from Fragile as well as Grindavik. So we can relate that to tectonic movement for sure. Anyway, let's put it back on the Fragile Fjall, and then we are going to go take a look at some of the earthquakes that have been happening there. And when I say some, we've had quite a few from what I recall. Welcome, Judy M. Good to see you. Going over here, and we see 154 earthquakes in the last 24 hours. And that is mostly concentrated up here near Grimsey. And look at that swarm. Wow. And that is a lot of quakes for one area specifically. So that is where most of them are. Now we'll start out here in the Reykjanes Peninsula. Very empty looking. There's the capital city of Reykjavik. And of course, there is Keflavik Airport, Keflavik, Reykjanesbær, Jardvik, and of course Grindavik down here. And the Blue Lagoon is over here, as well as the power plant beside it. So that is what we're seeing on that particular map. Yeah, Piggy, I'm going to run it a little bit longer here because I just got back from that break, so we'll be okay for right now. And then we'll take it a few minutes late. 0.9, 6.8 kilometers down, 2010 is the time on that one. Next one, 0.3, 8.2 clicks down, 1909 is the time for that. The other 0.3 is from 24 minutes after 11 p.m. or 23:24. There we go. Hekla had a 6.2 kilometers down from 1831. And down here we have Eyjafjallajökull, and of course that is a 1.9, 5.5 kilometers down from 1936. So I'm surprised to see a little bit of a quake there. A little larger quake over here at Katla, and that is 2.79 surface quake, likely ice movement, 135 meters down, and that is from 1422. So if we leave that be, we'll go over here a little bit more and see we got from 810, there's a 0.3, 1.1 kilometer down. This one is a magnitude 1, also 1.1 click down, and that is from 1737. And then out in the water we got a 2.2, 4.9 kilometers down from 2102. And looking at Askja, we had two little quakes there. Well, one is kind of a little bit bigger. This one 23 minutes after midnight, a 0.2. And the other one is a magnitude 1, 3.7 kilometers down from 320. And that is what we've got there. Going over to Herðabreit, and we see two small ones, a 0.2, 6.3 clicks down from 1348, and the other one is from 10:10 a.m. A 0.3, 5.2 kilometers down. That is Herðabreit, the flat top volcano, and we don't have anything else in that vicinity. So whatever we've seen at Askja is mostly tectonic movement. Going here, we see this is a 2.4, 1.1 kilometer down from 536, and then we see a few others here, 0.4, 7.7 kilometers down, 22 minutes after midnight, 1.12, 11 kilometers down, 14:35. Two of them stacked together here, 0.5, 5.4 kilometers down from 22 minutes after midnight, and this one from 2:43 a.m., 0.9, 5 kilometers down for him. Moving on a little bit more, we see a 0.5, 1.1 kilometer down, 30 minutes after midnight there. Next one is a 1.4 from 8.6 kilometers down, 12:15 is the time on it. And the 0.9, 3.3 kilometers down, 12:40. 1.6 from 8.1 kilometers down from 14:43. And this one here, a 1.5 from 4.4 kilometers down, 23:10. Let's leave those for a second. I want to grab these other ones up here. We have a 2.4, and that is only 100 meters down. That is a very odd. 16:56 is the time on that quake. Next one over here is from 5:40 a.m., 2.6 in magnitude, 12 kilometers down, and another 2 over here, 1.1 kilometer down, 6:11 is the time on that one. Then we've got this mess. Wow. And of course, that is just incredible, the amount of quakes that we are seeing in there. We're certainly not going to go through all of them, but we are going to do a few samples. This one is a 1.3. That's very close to Grimsey itself, and that is 9.4 kilometers down, 8:28 a.m. And next one over was up 1.5, 12 kilometers down, 15:08 was the time on that. And let's take a look at some of these bigger ones. 2.75, got another quake. 2.75, 9.6 kilometers down, 37 minutes after midnight. 2.92, 9.8 kilometers down, 5:36. The 2.94, 10.5 kilometers down from 15:05. And we'll just sample a few of them here. We got a 1.7, 5.2 clicks down, 18:08. And 1.7, 5.6 kilometers down from 20:38 there. We'll grab one of these 0.5s, and it is 5.2 kilometers down, 17:12. And what about this? 2.13, 9.9 kilometers down, 4:16 is the time on that. So we are seeing some good size quakes there. And then of course here's the other area, and again some variable sizes, but 2.88 in magnitude, 9.7 kilometers down, 14 minutes after midnight for that one. This one is a 2.66, 12.6 kilometers down, 51 minutes after midnight. 2.7, 12.5 kilometers down from 11:21. 2.08, 10 kilometers down from 5:40 a.m. And the list goes on. Let's take a look at this. 2.1, 6.1 kilometers down, and that is from 11:29. So let's look at these. A new one. New one here is 1.6, 6 kilometers down, 22:01 is the time on it. We'll grab this 1.76, 5 kilometers down, 1:31 this morning. And this one, 1.5, 18.5 kilometers down, 19:06 is the time on that one. And we'll grab this one too. 1.75, 9.1 clicks down, 758 this morning. I'm not going to go through the rest, and we'll leave those be, but you get the general drift of what's going on there. It is likely some tectonic movement. Here's kind of the outlay of the fault line. Now, of course, these lines aren't actually straight. They just are depicting them in that fashion. So we do see that. Yes, Piggy, I need a break. I'm working on it. We'll get to that right away. And anyway, that is what we've got there. And pretty good overview to be able to see. And again, you know, most of this that we are seeing, it's tectonic movement. And it's unfortunate. I need to see lava, never mind tectonic movement. we want an eruption. But you know what happened last time when we seen all these up here? Then all of a sudden we ended up with a whole bunch down here again. And then after that we ended up with an eruption. So let's maybe keep our fingers crossed and see if that happens again. All right, I'm going to go take a break, you guys. You can probably hear it in my voice. It's getting gruff again, and I do need to relax it. And save your voice, Hinny. Oh, I'm a Hinny now. All right. Anyway, after the break, this Hinny will show you guys some bacon seeds. And of course, we'll keep smiling. Be a good piggy. Damn Scottish. Yeah, it's all right, piggy. We love you anyway. Anyway, stick around for those good people who are here. If you're enjoying the show, please do hit that like button. Also, if you haven't subscribed, consider subscribing and help us out to grow the channel. And of course, I'm going to go take a break because I need to. After the break, we'll come back and we will look at some bacon seeds and our secret volcano for today. And that'll be kind of funny. I'll be back. Here comes some music. Thanks. go. The microphone is back on, and it is a time for some bacon seeds. But before we get to bacon seeds, I do want to mention something. And of course, you can hear in my voice that it's not up to a snuff. So I have decided I do need to take a break. I need to rest my voice for a day at least. So tomorrow I'm not going to have a stream, just so you guys are aware of that. So we're going to take tomorrow off, and I think it's important for me to do that, and you know, to just let it rest for a day and let it get better, because well, you all know that I've been going through this sinus infection for you know, the last 10 days or so, and about time we need you well and be rested. Thank you, Piggy, and thank you for the thumbs up and agreements there from the other people, and thanks for the welcome backs from Thor, and Omami of Hamsters is here, welcome, and thank you, Hermione and Fluffy and everyone else. And thanks, Judy M. Yeah, I do need to do that, and it's I think it's well, it's important to me, you know, to just rest that voice a little bit, and just take a day off, and hopefully tomorrow. Well, tomorrow I've got well, fall and lift training, so I won't have to do too much as far as that is concerned, as far as talking, so it'll be easy for me. And thanks, Linda. Your voice has been rough, yep, and it's been a pretty hard last, I guess we'll call it about 10 days, and hopefully it will get a little bit better, so hopefully things are going to be good. So yeah, no stream tomorrow, just so you guys know, and of course that is what we got to do, and we're going to park our lava here, and we'll get over and take a look at what we've got for bacon seeds today. So smoke is supposed to shift a bit. Yeah, actually the smoke has diminished here quite a bit, so we are in much better shape. Anyway, this was the last one from yesterday, and of course Piggy, who was in jail, who escaped, she did, I know, she was there, but then she got out and she started doing that, and of course she went out cruising around taking pictures of sunsets. Anyway, I love that shot. Anyway, there's Piggy doing her thing, and we're sending some more bacon seeds, and of course we'll take a look and see what she sent us today. And this is our first one for today. That is a very nice looking little bacon seed, giving us the eye with a smile. So Diane says, feel better, Dr. Fox. I hope so. I hope so. And by the way, welcome Linda Schoof and Wonky Donkey and Oh Mummy of Hamsters. I didn't say hi to you earlier, so I'm glad you guys are on board. And let's get to our next bacon seed, and that is this little guy. There we go. And he looks like he's peeking right at the camera with a smile on his face. That is awesome. And me plotting my escape. Ah, that's what it is, Piggy. I believe that. I believe it. And there's the open gate, ready to run out. That's what it is. Next, the bacon seed. Here's your co-conspirators or conspirators. Looks pretty awesome. I gotta love it. And we'll always pop in and bop that thumbs up. Thanks, Linda. Tony Wilkinson, a hog roast, yum yum. Well, not really a hog roast, but you better watch yourself seeing that. With Piggy in here, she could end up snout bopping you. Yeah. Yeah, glare at him. That's anyway. Next wonderful little bacon seed was this little guy in the bathtub having a hogwash and enjoying the little bit of a swim, if you will. And Piggy's polishing her snout. Tony, you better run. Anyway, here, fishy, yeah, that's about it. Here's our next lovely bacon seed, and that one looks like he's got a smile and posing for the camera. So pretty awesome stuff. Gotta love these. You know, Piggy sends in some nice shots. Just looking for a laugh, bro. Yeah, careful. Things have worse things have happened there, Tom. Tuxedo pig. Yeah, almost looks that way. And here's another one enjoying some pettings. And that is a cute little charming mini pigs, as they call them. I gotta love them. Next one is this guy, and that picture is a little fuzzy, but being held up. That snout looks like he needs a hogwash, and definitely I would think that little one needs that hogwash. All right, let's get to the last one that Piggy sent for today. Well, I have one more, though, we will look at after. That's these two little guys. Actually, there's 3 or 4 of them out there, but that one is looking at the camera, and they're out in the woods playing. Very, very nice. Commando crawls towards Tony. Oh, yeah. Run, Tony, run. Anyway, I have one more here, and we'll take a look at it. It's one of those GIF files, so it's a moving picture. And remember our other one that had the snout training, the bopper strengthening? Apparently, this is a continuation of it. And instead of going up and down, it's now going side to side. So you got to be very, very careful there. And Tony, you can see she is getting continuous training all the time. So you got to run. So that's, we can get the small places. Oh, okay. Squeeze that. Yeah, that looks awesome. Yeah, Tony, you got to watch out. And Tony, don't take it bad. We know you were joking around, so it's all in a little bit of fun, and you're not going to get put on that spit just yet. And yeah. Anyway, that is pretty awesome. I gotta love that little guy's getting his snout bopper squished there. So very, very cool. Anyway, let's carry on with things. And I did look earlier at the Azores. There's no quakes there, so let's go over to Popocatépetl. And of course, let me find it. I gotta find it. It's all gray. Oh, just in time for a commercial. Isn't that convenient? Let's see if we can jump over that. Anyway, there's Popocatépetl. Oh, hang on. You can't see it. What happened? It's a volcano gray. Let's go back a little bit, about 2 hours and 45 minutes ago. And there you can see it is still doing its thing. Let's see if we can sharpen that just a tad. There we go. And that is quite a bit of output from Popocatépetl. And it's been continuing to do that for the last couple of days. So we know that the volcano is busy. And we also know that it is hiding in the clouds for a lot of the time. But if we go back looking, you can see it's continuing to off-gas and blow out a lot of wonderful stuff there. And that is, of course, created some higher levels of warnings in the area. And visibility was absolutely poor today for the most part. This is at 7:47 in the morning. You can see the cloud layer sitting fairly low, and of course the plume going way up above it, and that is pretty awesome to see. So that is what is happening at Popocatépetl, and really not much more to add to that. We know it's continuing to do its thing. Let's get back just a little further. This is 11 hours and 50 minutes ago, and that is 6:43 a.m. And of course that is a little better lit so we can see it. And of course it's got a cloud sitting on the top of it, almost what we'd refer to as a lenticular cloud, but the heat, I think, is keeping it in there, and it looks pretty awesome. There is still snow up there, so we know it is pretty cold, but Popo is keeping things warmed up in the area, and that is what we're seeing right now. Quick peek over to Fuego. I'm going to make this one smaller and put it back on live, and having a look at Fuego. It too is in the clouds, and I know they had some not so nice weather there in Central America yesterday, as we've seen that they had some storms coming through and stuff. So I don't think we're going to see it at all, other than maybe this morning. There's a sneak peek, 8:45 a.m. and that is the first view of it, and very, very little output from Fuego. Fuego, of course, down in Guatemala, whereas Popocatépetl is about 70 kilometers southeast of Mexico. So Fuego here being in the western regions of Guatemala, and we aren't seeing anything major happening from it. Since it erupted as big as it did. There it is at 7:23 a.m. and you can see how how little that output is. It is still smoking, still doing its thing, but it is what it is, and not much we can do. And we'll continue on here, just backing up a little bit more in time. 6:45 a.m. Very quiet right now for that volcano. So let's put it back in live, and we will take a look at our next volcano on the list, going slightly further south. And of course that is our wonderful Messiah volcano. This was from 15 minutes after midnight. You can definitely see the little arc of lava down in the caldera. I'm not sure how good of a picture we're going to be able to see if we redo that. And this was from 1921. And that is still showing about the same, little less smoke in the way though, but that is what it is, and not a daytime shot. Next ones, of course, is down a little further south. This is in Chile, and of course this is Lascar. And Linda Schoof, wow, thank you very kindly, Linda. I'm just going to write that down, Linda. And thank you very, very kindly for that wonderful $20 super chat, Linda. That is awesome. For a tea and honey and rest well tomorrow, Doc. A nurse's orders. Yes, ma'am. I will rest. Anyway, that is our Lascar in Chile. And I did manage to catch that. As soon as I got home, I thought I got to hit that and refresh it, and I was able to get that. So we are seeing it just as the sun is setting there. And let's take a look at the next one, and that is Laguna del Mole. and you can see how much snow there is, and that is a tremendous amount of snow. And of course, right now it gets right into the darkness, so you don't see anything at all, and that is what we've got. The last one, of course, is Villarrica, and Villarrica is hiding in the clouds, so we're not going to bother entertaining that. And I'm going to take another break, you guys, so hang in there, and we'll put you back to the canned lava. And I do need to take that break, and we will be back in about 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Hit the like button if you haven't done that as of yet, and we have a bunch more volcanoes to cover, and we'll see what we can do with them. And again, thank you big time, Linda. I really do appreciate that $20 super chat. That is awesome. All right, I'll be back. What? As Tony says, sorry. So sorry, good peeps. Just had a few drinks and smoke on the way home. Home herb. Oh, okay. And the humor, good peeps. Yeah, Tony, no worries. Just relax, enjoy yourself, and I'm gonna go take a break, and I'll be back in a little while. I've got a lot of birds up in my tree here. They're conversing. I don't know what the heck they're doing with those plumes, but a few dozen birds in here. So I'll be back later. Don't go away. I'm back in 5 or 6 or 7. Hit that like button, guys. Thanks. And there we go. And the microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. Glad to have you all on board. And thank you for the welcome backs from Oh Mummy of Hamsters saying, welcome back, Uncle Doc. And I know what Dr. Fox is actually up to, training those wabbits. No, I'm not. They've been in hiding since that smoke. They were all in hiding for some reason. Rabbit attackies. And thank you for the welcome backs from Sue as well, and OneFish26. And I hear you, DrFox2000 from Sharon Stewart. Thank you. Sing is over. Singing is okay. I'm glad to be here. And thank you, Hermione and Fluffy and Michael Olson. And Oz sends in a $2 super chat saying, rest in peace, Tina Turner. Many Padme Hum. Okay, I'm not sure what that actually means, but and Oz, I don't know if you were here earlier, but I did actually meet Tina Turner and spoke with her on several nights. I was doing security for her show, and did definitely have some good conversations with her. So I do take it kind of personal when we lose a great, really great entertainer like Tina Turner, who passed away at the age of 83. I'm not sure, the cause of death or anything, but she had a very productive life as far as, being out there and being a top-notch entertainer, and definitely had the spirit and a kind person. So that's, having talked to her myself, and actually, without stress, without anything bizarre. So it was very, very gracious of her, and a very humbling person, very nice indeed. So Oz, thank you very kindly for your super chat. That is awesome, and I really do appreciate it. Welcome back to Tom Caruso. Wow, good to see you there. And she is one of my singing idols, says Oh Mummy of Hamsters. Yeah, Tina Turner definitely was one of the better entertainers out there. And her late husband Ike was also one heck of an entertainer. So, time goes by, and people pass away. That's the way it works, unfortunately. Anyway, let's stop our wonderful lava, and we will carry on with our other volcanoes that we want to look at. This one, of course, is our wonderful Merapi. As you can see, lots of cloud in there right now. It is 7:49 there in, of course, on the 25th and not the 24th. They're in the future. But let's go back a little bit so we can actually see the volcano in action. And I just wanted to get here. This is kind of the sunrise shot where you can see some of that material had actually rolled down the hill, and we didn't actually see where that happened because it was too light outside. But pretty cool. Let's go back though a little ways, and there were a few good output type moments, and I'm just trying to get to them without ruining things here. And we'll start about here, going back in time a little bit, and I'm going to make that a little bigger so we can see just the volcano on there. And there you can see some of that lava flow that already popped out, but there you can see that second burst. A very heavy, intense lava once again. This was at about 4:20 in the morning, and quite a decent flow, so definitely seeing some bacon. We keep an eye on your videos so we can see a reliable update about volcanoes in the world. Thanks, Tom. And yeah, it's not exaggerated. It is what it is, and that's something that I've always done with the streams, is to keep it based in truth and a foundation of accuracy, rather than trying to spread any kind of misconceptions or fear mongering or stuff like that. Did I miss the Azores and Etna? Sue, we didn't do the Azores because there were no quakes there, so I skipped it today because I just, throat is just not up to it, so we didn't really, you didn't miss it, we just skipped it. We didn't, well, we didn't do Etna yet. We're going to go back to do a quick peek at Etna, and we'll carry on with those things in a little while. Anyway, this was the lava flow from Merapi, so all good. And of course, there were multiple others. I don't know if this was a bunch of smoke in here as well. The sky was a little bit reddish in color, and I'm wondering if there was some other smoke or something that interfered with it a little bit for a second or two. But there's another output. That's at 4:06 a.m. and you can definitely see the seismicity increasing there on that. And again, more bacon sliding down the hill. No, you're okay, Sue. It's all good. Eric Sankman also here. What are we looking at? We're looking at Merapi right now from the stuff that happened earlier in their day. And that is Merapi in central Java, Indonesia. And they had some clouds going in and out of there, so it made it look a little bit on the weird side, but just recapping some of that activity from the last 24 hours kind of thing. So looking at this is a little clearer shot here, 3:04, that's about an hour earlier. And that is what we were seeing there. It wasn't quite as big of an eruption, but still, nonetheless, definitely pouring out. And if we go back, there was a couple more that were a little bit bigger. I do believe this one here will be a little more intense, 2:32 a.m. You can see it kind of came out sideways a little from that vent up top. And of course, we are seeing it trying to get different paths down the hill. And again, I'm going to just mention this one more time. The deep canyon that used to be there has been filled up with effusive lava. In other words, the lava pops out and it cools off, and it just sits there and turns into basically cooled lava, or rock as we would call it, and it filled that canyon up. So that's what was happening there, and that's why we are seeing this spread out as much as it does in a larger kind of a delta or V pattern going upward. So pretty awesome, and nice to see Merapi is still making us happy. And of course, the next one here I'm going to show you, the camera was switched to black and white, but then it got changed to color. Of course, it looks more intense when it's in black and white as far as the volume is concerned, but you'll see when it changes to color, you'll see all the lovely bacon flowing down the hill. And I'm just advancing it to trying to get it to the right spot here. There we go. All right, so yeah, it'll get a whole bunch brighter than that for a few seconds, and then you'll see the lava going down there, and there it goes, doing its thing. So pretty awesome to have that happening. And let's see, yeah, there's a second burst. It really makes it bright on the black and white, or in what we refer to as IR mode, infrared mode, and definitely shows the lava flowing down the side of that mountain. So pretty awesome. And then you see some flare-ups where the lava lumps are bouncing over top of some of the previously deposited material, and that looked pretty cool. And then they did switch it to a color here halfway through this, and we'll see whereabouts that is in a second. And of course you can still see the very heavy intensity up at the top. That's indicating that we've got still more output happening at the time. And there it goes again. So another burst of magma being pushed up and becoming lava. And there it is. So looks pretty awesome. And if you're paying attention to the tremor graph down below there, you see the intensity pick up once again. And that is what we're seeing right there. Pretty awesome. Gotta love that. And that, of course, is just gorgeous to see. I wish that was in color, and I'm sure they're going to switch it to the color mode any second here. And quite a bit of material going down the hill, so very cool to see that. Let's see if we can expedite this just a little. That is one heck of a plume, though, and whether it's black and white or color, it is pretty intense. There they go, switched it. So that is what we're seeing at 2:14 a.m. Their time, and you can see it developed its kind of a phoenix cloud here as well. So pretty intense eruption this time around. And of course you're looking at the seismic activity, pretty heavy duty as well. And it is starting to wane over here though. So it did calm down, but just wanted to share that one with you. And then we'll leave this guy be. We're going to pop over to a couple of the other volcanoes and take a look and see what the activity is there. This, of course, as I mentioned, this is our Merapi. That's Merapi, not Marapi. There is also Marapi, but Merapi there in central Java. And that is what we were seeing. So let's leave that one be. Going to make that one smaller. Going to pop over. Oh, I'm going to need to turn that off. Pop over to the next volcano. And I know that one is not doing anything but sitting there. And that is Mount Ruapehu in New Zealand. And you can see it very, very clearly today. And no clouds for a change. And that is awesome. And no clouds blocking or hindering our view. And I like that. That looks really, really nice. Beautiful pile of snow, and that is very, very awesome. New Zealand, and that is what we've got. That looks really good. If we go back a little bit in time, I'm trying to see where, they had it sitting there for a while on that full zoomed in mode, and that was pretty good. This is a little earlier. This is a 9:24 a.m. or 9:42 a.m. If we go back a little bit more, they were zoomed out a little bit more there, and this is just after sunrise. If we go here, you can see it just as the sun is coming up. And I'm just wondering, yeah, they did have it zoomed in at that point in time as well. So nice silhouette shot from Mount Ruapehu. Okay, let's leave that one be, and we will take a look at the charts for Taupo. I'm going to refresh that real quick, and we'll just have a quick peek, and we see Taupo has really gone quiet now, and ever since those quakes, everything that was happening over there in our Loyalty Island region did create a little bit of a noise for it, and it's really calmed down. Mary Jane, welcome. And that is what we're seeing right now. Next shot, of course, this is further to the north at Orangatukua. I'm not sure if I pronounced that right, but I apologize if I butchered that. But it too has a downward slope of the activity. So that's what we're seeing there for right now. We can have a quick peek at Taupo, and we'll take a look at what it looks like there right now. And of course, we're going to make that screen bigger and see if we can move in a little bit there. There you can see over there is that is Ruapehu. Since it's so nice and clear, you can actually see Mount Ruapehu in the background, and that is awesome, and I like that. And of course, the caldera for Taupo is the entire lake, so that is Taupo's caldera, and Ruapehu in the background, a few kilometers from the actual lake. So several volcanoes right in a row. Pretty awesome. Anyway, it is a time for me to take another break, and I do need to do that. My voice is not going to put up with too much today, unfortunately. And let me put that one back to live. There we go. And we'll put you back on the canned lava for right now. And time for tacos. Yeah, I wish. And gonna take a Pepsi break, you guys. So be good. Hit that like button if you haven't done that as of yet. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing if you're enjoying the show. And on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, with a bad throat. So I will be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Here comes some music, and keep smiling. Play nice in the lava. By the way, that is, oh, hey, speaking of lava, we forgot to do our secret volcano. Let's do that before we run away, since I'm on the right page. And I'm sure the secret volcano will be really easy today. And there it is. Let's get rid of that one. All right, so who is going to tell me what volcano that is? Quick, somebody. Pipe up and tell me what a volcano that is. This is our secret volcano for today. And I'm going to snicker if... no, it's not Ragnar. Sorry, Sue. I'm going to snicker if you get it wrong. And I'm snickering. I'm snickering a whole bunch. That is not Ragnar. Sorry. Come on, somebody get that volcano. I thought this was going to be like easy. Okay, anyone have any ideas what a volcano that is? I don't want to be having you guys have a hard time. I know it's a tough picture to look at, but it's a pretty picture. But oh, come on, somebody guess what volcano that is. We have got no guessers here today. You guys have got to be kidding me. No, Sue, it's not Cumbre Vieja. Sorry. You know, sometimes it's amazing the photos that I can find. And I think they are just absolutely gorgeous shots. And it is interesting to see that People aren't guessing. Come on, somebody guess. Sue already threw out two possibilities and eliminated two. Brian says Kilauea. No, it's not Kilauea. Sorry, Brian. Okay, let's see. All right, let me give you a hint. It's on an island. Oh boy, this is too much fun. It's on an island. All right, and that was a good hint. Very good hint. And let me give you another hint. There are palm trees on that island. Okay, so now you know it's in some tropical location. And Michael Olson, way to go, Michael. Thank you. About time. Congratulations, Michael, and you got it right. It's a Mauna and that is awesome. Mauna Loa is the volcano, and this is from its last eruption. These are some of the wonderful photos. Lava running down towards the road, Sharon. And that's exactly what it is. But Michael did it first, so Michael gets the cookies. And congratulations, Michael, and awesome guess. So there you go. And thank you for piping up and throwing that in there. And there's your stack of cookies. All good. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for me to take that break. So there's that secret volcano, and it was indeed Mauna Loa from its last eruption. And I love that shot. That is nice. I thought that was a dead giveaway. I thought you guys get it a lot quicker than that, but that's okay. Anyway, speaking of Mauna Loa, there it is. Look at that. Go figure. Yeah. Oh. All right. And we'll click on the archived footage. All right. I'll be back in a few minutes. Hit the like button if you haven't done that yet. Also, subscribe if you're sitting on the outside peeking in, having a chuckle. You're more than welcome to join in the fun. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'll be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes, and don't go away. And yes, Sue spelled it, Sharon spelled it correctly, so that's all good. And but Michael got it, and we know that a lot of people spell it Mauna Loa rather than Mauna Loa. It's okay. Anyway, I'll be back. And there we go. Microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. I just blew my nose, so my ears are plugged. Kind of odd. Anyway, thank you for the welcome back from Sue. And welcome, Cananaskis country. Good to see you. And thank you for the welcome back there as well. Let's pause our lava. And Sharon Stewart says, I hear you. I can't hear you though, Sharon. It's all plugged up right now. Anyway, let's continue on. And we will go over to our next volcano on the list. And of course, that is our wonderful Semeru. And hang on, let's get there. There we go. That's what we got. Anyway, I had to move that back a few minutes, so this is about 5 or 6 minutes ago. It was buffering pretty bad, so I just backed it up a little bit so it wasn't buffering so much. Anyway, what we're seeing there is a little bit of dust being raised by some of the material coming down the hill, so they did have a little bit of a landslide there. But let's just go back a little bit, and you can see some of the clouds were trying to be in our way as well. And there you can see the clouds in the foreground, but you can also see the volcano smoking, or a little bit of output from the top. Let's go back here to another spot where it was puffing, and let's see if we can back that up a little bit to capture where that actually came out. And let's go back a little bit more here. We'll back it up. There we go. A little bit more. Come on, a couple more times. And yeah, it definitely did pop out of the top of the caldera doing its thing. And that was at 6:15, 6:20 a.m. Sorry, it'd be about 6:18 a.m. when it started. And unfortunately, because it's already a daylight there, hard to see any kind of lava coming out. And prior to that, we did have some cloud, so it was hit and miss with the clouds, unfortunately. And we don't get to see the best results here from what it was. This, of course, at 4:01 a.m., the clouds sitting in the way. We do know that there's lava there. Obviously, we can see it. So prior to that, we had cloud for a while, and then prior to that point in time, would have been about here. I'm just trying to get it to a point where we could see it, and that was right where we would have seen a little bit of a plume or eruption. A quake in the area, if we are because I'm looking at the sensor data as well on the side of it. You can see it over there, and that's what we were looking at. I was hoping that it would have had more output though when it was doing that, and of course that sensor data, you can see it really took off there and had a little bit more of a quake, but we're not seeing the volcano throwing any material out. And typically when we see the graph going crazy, usually you see some kind of a plume being ejected, and that's not what's happening there, unfortunately. So that is just before 3 a.m. and we'll leave that be. And it was interesting to see that, and then earlier it was hiding in the clouds again until we can see a little bit a few more hours back, and there we go. 1:24 a.m. You can see that cloud in the bottom here, but definitely had a little bit more lava sitting out on the slopes, and of course you can see the glow up here from the caldera itself. So definitely a little bit more lava. I would just wish they would have had a close-up at that point, but I understand you can't sit there 24/7 and babysit the camera, and that's kind of what we got. And going back any further is just kind of crazy, because it is yeah, there you go, in poor weather conditions. This was about 9:38 p.m. Prior, well, on the 24th. There, of course, on the 25th now. And Edge, Balbar, Philippines. Good morning, everyone, and welcome, Edge. Is it Babor? I hope I said that correctly. Welcome, glad to have you on board. And anyway, this is what we were seeing there at our wonderful Semeru while we're looking in the Indonesian area. We're going to put this one back on live so you can see what it looks like right now. There it is. And that is delayed by about 20 minutes. So their stream is definitely not working right now. And there you can see the buffering. So that's why I had backed it up a little bit. Next one we want to take a look at is our report from our next one, and that's Luotolak volcano, and that is Lesser Sunda Island, Indonesia. Lava flow eruption continues, and of course, if we go that full screen there, you can see that wonderful picture from yesterday at 10:42 a.m. and a pretty decent plume coming out of there. Unfortunately, because it was a daytime picture, we're not going to see a heck of a lot, but a minor volcanic explosion from Luotolak and volcano this morning is what the image says, and that looks pretty good. I do like that photo. It's nice and clean. And this, of course, is the view from Sentinel-2, and that says on the bottom here, a strong thermal anomaly within the caldera and the easterly flowing lava. And you can see that there, of course, on this side. This is where the lava was flowing out, and it's a lava monster, 2 eyes looking at you from space. Pretty awesome though, and you can see how much lava is actually within that caldera. So a pretty good shot for a satellite. Yep, a double vents. Apparently that's what it looks like. At least two hot spots. I don't know if it's a double venting, but definitely 2 in there. And the eyes. Anyway, this is something other than, so we'll leave that be. But let's just take a quick look at the report here. The effusive eruption or explosive eruption at the volcano continues. Near frequent strombolian and intermittent large volcanic type explosions continue to take place from the summit event, and the PVMBG surveillance camera observed 2 eruptions over the past 24 hours. Gray to black ash plumes rose approximately 600 to 700 meters above the summit and drifted to the northwest. So that is kind of the shot we've got there. Not going to worry about the rest of that info, but again, that is a pretty awesome shot. So that is what we've got for Luotolak, and there we go. And we'll leave that guy be. And I'm trying to think of where I should go next. We did have Mount Etna on our list of activities, so we do want to go there. Let's make that smaller, and that's of course still buffering, and we will go to Mount Etna real quick. So that, of course, that beautiful sunset photo, that was taken from the island of Kos, by our one and only Piggy, our wonderful moderator. So she gets all the credit for that wonderful photo. Anyway, let's take a look and see what we've got going on at Etna. I don't know if we're going to be able to see much of anything. There were clouds in the way at the top of the volcano. This is going back about 11.5 hours. We can see the summit right there. We can see some smoke coming out of it, and we do know that Etna was active. This is at 4 p.m. their time, and that was pretty cool. I'm trying to get a little bit further up here. There we go. This is 5:08 p.m. their time, or 17:08, and you can definitely see we have some activity up at the top. Unfortunately, we can't see the southeast crater from this angle. That is on the back side of this, and we know that it was continuing to do its thing. So if we move ahead a little bit further, there we go. The clouds are out of the way. You can see the plume from the southeast crater in the background here, as well as the one from the top of the other plume, or the other crater, central crater in the center of it. So pretty cool. Let's see, a kind of a silhouetted shot there at 18:20 or 6:20 p.m. That's what it looked like. And then we go a little further, just about 7 p.m. there, and that's what it was looking like. So a very nice shot, and that one wasn't bad too. And as we got into a nighttime, you can see it continue to blow out of both vents. So the southeast craters from this plume here, and of course our top central crater up here. And let's put that back on live. We do have a report that we want to look at, and of course this is well, let's Mount Etna volcano, Sicily, Italy. Minor strombolian explosion last night. So let's take a look at that photo. That's what it looks like, and that is the glowing southeast crater as seen from what is it? Tremestieri, if I said that right. Tremestieri Etnio on the evening of the 23rd, and that is what it was doing. So that is a pretty awesome shot, and I like that. So very, very nice to be able to see that. That, of course, is our lovely Mount Etna. And let's see, that file is not there. This is something unrelated. Just some lava flow, and more lava flow from something else, and I will leave that alone. Let's read quickly what the lines are saying here. The activity at the volcano continues at low to moderate levels since the recent paroxysm episode ceased on May 21st. So nice to see that. Mild strombolian eruption appeared from the southeast crater at 1:53 a.m. local time last night. The NIGV report reported, okay, ash emissions drifted towards the northeast direction. Ongoing nighttime glow, as well as visibility from the what is it, a Voragine crater, if I said that correctly, as well. So we are seeing that, and that is pretty awesome and cool. I'm not going to read through the whole report, but that is pretty nice, and love seeing that. I do need to take another break. Before we go to the break, though, I do want to kind of throw on this graph here and just have a peek and see what we are seeing. Anyway, our baseline, what I typically keep an eye on here, is what we were seeing here, and we see that we are well this is our baseline here, and we're well up and down below the baseline right now, and we're missing some chunks of data, but on occasion you see it popping over the line and giving some burps and eruptive activity. So that is what we've kind of got there, and I'm hoping that we're going to see a little bit more action from our wonderful Mount Etna there in Sicily. Okay, I do need to take another break and rest my voice. When we come back, we will take a look at Japan, and then we'll do our earthquakes and our SO2 report, and we're going to kind of breeze through those because my throat is really not doing very well right now. I am starting to feel it heating up. So let's put you back over to the canned lava, and we'll see what we can do. Yeah, we're going to do the volcano report after the Japan stuff, so all good. No worries, Sue. And for tomorrow, we won't need a volcano report because I'm taking tomorrow off, okay? Just so you know that. So keep that in mind, everyone. Tomorrow, no stream because I need to rest my throat. Seriously, I do need to take that break, and we'll see what we can do. Anyway, I'm going to throw some music on. I'll be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. Don't go away, guys. Thanks. And the microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. Of course, the file footage on the screen is from Mauna Loa on the 4th of December last year. Just so you know when that's from. And thank you for the welcome backs from. Pardon me. Thank you for the welcome backs from. Thor and Kananaskis Country and Sue and I Hear You, Dr. Fox 2000 from Sharon Stewart. Thank you guys, I appreciate that. Let's stop our wonderful lava in its tracks, and we will continue on and take a look at our next one. By the way, not much happening at Stromboli, so we're not going to entertain that one today. Let's get over and take a look. The ice cream boat is in, and you can see the ice cream boat is definitely parked. And of course we see something new, and some pile drivers. Somebody's putting in some piles. I wonder what the heck they're doing. And anyway, get your ice cream from the ice cream boat right there. That is pretty awesome. And looking over at this other thing, this is Sakurajima. Sakurajima, of course, doing its thing. It's off-gassing, and not anything major, mind you, but it is there off-gassing. So we'll take a look and see what's going on there. And there's a closer-up view. And you see a nice puffy white cloud sitting right over top of the caldera. I don't think that was generated by the volcano, but we do see a little bit of activity there. If we go to the close-up camera, then you can definitely see a little bit better, and the fantastic shadow that's being cast by that cloud that's above it. We are seeing a little bit of venting there from that small vent on the side, and not, well, a little bit from the other two vents in the top of the caldera, but nothing really major. And that is what Sakurajima is doing. So that's kind of what we're doing today. That, of course, the close-up cam looks pretty awesome. If we go back a little further, to avoid that cloud, we can see what it looked like without the cloud there. Very clean looking today. Well, it's not clean, it's full of ash and dirt, but visible is, I guess, the optimum word there. So a very, very nice shot, although it's not doing a heck of a lot. And we do see some off-gassing up in the top here, but nothing really of major consequences. If we go back a little bit in time, we can kind of see it wasn't doing a heck of a lot. That's at 8 a.m. If we go back even further, this would be about 7 a.m. Yeah, 7 a.m. We see it is a little bit more off-gassing, but again, still nothing major. Also seeing some over here. This is a little odd. A little bit of venting right there on the side. I'm not sure what the heck is going on, but that is still cool. And if we go back even further, we catch some birds flying around and stuff like that. Maybe no bird. Okay, and we'll have to back up. Oh, there, we've seen the flyby, and we'll see it again. There it goes. Zoom, a flyby. Yeah. Anyway, and that is what it was looking like at 5:30 or 5:28, 5:29 in the morning. And I will leave that one be, though. It wasn't doing much during the night, and didn't have any glow, at least none that we could detect from this view. So that is kind of it. And I will leave that one be. Going to put that back on live so we can see what it is now. And there you go. Most of that cloud moved over, and we are seeing a little bit more of that venting of gases coming out of there, creating more clouds. So pretty awesome. Anyway, let's make that one smaller, and of course this one as well. We're going to minimize that a little bit and save on energy. And the ice cream boat is still parked there, so hopefully you guys have gotten some ice cream by now. And we will go over to our next one. Still no view of Suwanosi-jima, so we will leave that one be. This one, of course, is our wonderful ASO. And again, this is the active vent within the caldera of ASO. We are in the caldera, including this building and the parking lot and everything else is actually inside the large caldera. But most of the activity as of recent has been in this vent. So that is ASO, and that is what we're seeing right now. It looks like it's off-gassing some steam and a likely SO2 gas. I wouldn't want to be wandering around over there on the ground. That is not going up in the air, it's hugging the ground. So if you're going over there, make sure you have a gas mask on. We'll leave that one be, and we'll go to our next one, and that is, of course, Asama volcano, about 100 kilometers to the west of Tokyo City. And unfortunately, with the gray cloud, it's very hard to see what's coming out of there. If we go back up a little bit, we do see a little bit of a plume, and it is definitely off-gassing. And maybe not as much as it was yesterday, but certainly doing its job. So hard to tell where that is actually going right now. This one, I think, showed a little bit more there. It almost looks like it's coming right across the outside here. I'm not sure, but it definitely looks like it is throwing some gases out. We'll leave that be. Not going to spend a heck of a lot of time on this one, and we'll put this back over here. I'm going to just check on something for a second. I was going to say Yellowstone, but Yellowstone is, well, we can put it over on Yellowstone, I guess. Let's leave Japan, and we'll put it on Yellowstone. And, and there goes a bird. And we'll make that smaller, and we'll go over to Yellowstone National Park. They do have some Sasquatches running around over there, and of course some of the geysers are venting. So all right, let's see, heaven right here, blessing. Okay, heaven right there. Be advised that there is no religious preaching at all in here. We are neutral, and kindly, you're welcome to stay if you have reasonable comments about volcanoes. We'll be happy to listen to them, but no preaching. And that is how it works, okay? And just so you understand that. And we are a science channel, and that is what we've got. So I see your channel was made on the 24th or the 14th of May, so you're only about 10 days old. Anyway, let's get at the volcano report for today, and we will read through that real quick. Okay, excellent. We don't mind you being here, and we certainly don't mind you having an interest in volcanoes. But like I said, this channel is definitely neutral when we get into any kind of religious stuff. So we'll leave that be. Anyway, a volcano report for today. Well, actually, we'll start out with the 4 from late yesterday. Popocatépetl in central Mexico. Frequent moderate volcanic ash emissions continue to 30,000 feet or 9,100 meters, reported at 2015 yesterday. And then the next one on the list, Sabancaya in Peru. Puff emissions to 20,000 feet or 6,100 meters, reported at 2045. Sakurajima in Japan erupted to 7,000 feet or 2,100 meters, reported at 2130 last night. Semeru, East Java, volcanic ash to 15,000 feet or 4,600 meters, reported at 2,300. And today's volcano report, what happened there? Something went awry. Hopefully that is back. Okay. Scrolled in the wrong spot. My bad. At least we got it in the right spot. For today, we have 9 volcanoes on the list. And let's read through those. 9 volcanoes, Reventador in Ecuador, occasional volcanic ash emissions on the webcam to 15,000 feet or 4,600 meters, reported at 1 a.m. Volcanic ash emissions observed to 15,000 feet or 4,600 meters at 1,300 as well. And Sabancaya in Peru, continuing emissions reported at 3 a.m. and then continuous ash emissions to 21,000 feet or 6,400 meters reported at 1445. Luotolak in Lesser Sunda Islands in Indonesia, volcanic ash to 7,000 feet or 2,100 meters reported at 3:15 a.m. And we did already look at the separate report for that, so we know that it has or is continuing with its eruptive activity. Suwanoshijima in Japan, the one we can't see, that one, of course, erupted to 5,000 feet or 1,500 meters, reported at 4:30 in the morning, and volcanic ash not identifiable in satellite imagery reported at 12 noon. And more from Popocatépetl today, continuing volcanic ash to 30,000 feet or 9,100 meters reported at 4:45 a.m. And volcanic ash emissions continue to 35,000 feet or 10,700 meters reported at 11:30, and we kind of had a look at that. And also Semeru, East Java, Indonesia, volcanic ash to 15,000 feet or 4,600 meters reported at 5 a.m. And next one on the list is Etna, Sicily, Italy, and that was the report we went through. We know that there was the burst eruption from the small Strombolian eruption there from the southeast crater, and that was reported at 5:41 is when we had that report. And Nevado del Ruiz in Colombia, volcanic ash emissions to 21,000 feet or 6,400 meters, reported to 6,000 feet. And last one on the list is Sangay in Ecuador, volcanic ash emissions observed to 18,000 feet or 5,500 meters, reported at 13:30. And that is our volcano report for today. Thank you, Sue, for putting that together, and really I do appreciate them. And let's continue on with what we've got going on around the world. Of course, the Yellowstone that you have on here, the link was already dropped there. Sue did bring up the Yellowstone link, and that is what we've got happening at Yellowstone right now. Some people enjoying the wonderful views of the over 500 active geysers there in Yellowstone National Park, and hopefully everyone is enjoying themselves there and not getting eaten by the Sasquatches or run over by the buffalo. And that should be okay. Let's go over and take a look at our earthquakes that have been happening for today. and I need to get onto the earthquake map. There we go. We'll continue on here and look. Up here, Kamchatka Peninsula, really not anything new happening there. Tanaga Island has only had one little quake, so I'm going to kind of count that one out. We did have another little one here, 3.9 at Atka, Alaska, or 39 kilometers, 29 kilometers from there. Moving over, Aniakchak is right there, and two more little quakes, but again, no activity as such, so we will leave that guy be. And moving on over, we do see kind of a swarm of activity there at Trident Volcano, and of course we see some more activity over in the other three mountains to the southwest of Trident. And on the other side here, Katmai only had one little one, and I'm not going to worry about these so much. They're small, but it needs to be reported because they are happening, and that is a volcano that could pop. Moving down the coast a little bit, we see a few little small quakes along the Oregon coast. Not going to bother much with those, just making note of them. We also have this one here. Kind of a fresh one there near, what is that, Johannesburg, California. And of course our typical stuff along the San Andreas Fault. Moving through Central America, we don't see anything new there along the coastline. And next quake is 4.2 down here in Chile. Happened yesterday at 21:42. 108 kilometers down for that, and then we had a couple more. This one is actually in Argentina. Well, they're calling it Argentina. It looks more like it's in Chile. That one is in Argentina, but this is a 4.2. 21:14 yesterday, 113.4 kilometers down. The other one, 4.6, definitely in Argentina, 9:17 a.m. and 132 kilometers down for that 4.6. And next one on the list is this one, 4.6, east coast of Chile. No, east, what? Sorry, they're off the coast of Chile, not the east coast. I was going to say Chile doesn't have an east coast. What the heck are they talking about? My bad. Anyway, 4.6 is there from 12:28. 18 kilometers down for that guy, and that's actually not on the continental area. That's actually still on the Nazca plate, so that is what we see there. Nothing new here in the South Sandwich Islands. We'll leave that be. Next one is the Pacific Ridge, or well, Pacific Antarctic Ridge, 5.5 from 4:33 a.m. And we'll move along here. Nothing in New Zealand, nothing in Fiji or Tonga, and I mentioned earlier that we did have another one in Loyalty Island region from 1623, 10 kilometers down, 5.0 in magnitude. Next one is this one in Vanuatu, and that is a 4.4 from 2:30 this morning, and that is 35 kilometers down. Moving along, we see one here in Papua New Guinea. That's almost in the what is the other area there? No, that's over here. Never mind. Too far away. Papua New Guinea, 5.0, 7:15 a.m. 56 minutes after midnight. Or sorry, 56.6 kilometers down. Boy, am I getting things mixed up. Let's see, this little guy. Tual, 4.4, and that is, it's Tual. It's not Taal, it's Tual. 15:35 is the time on it, and happened today, 59.5 kilometers down. Then, of course, the 6.2 that I mentioned earlier at the beginning of the stream, that is from 9:49 a.m., 166.5 kilometers down, and that is a pretty large quake. and in the band of C. The other one here is a 4.4 from yesterday at 21:13. So does this become an aftershock? Because that is a lot bigger quake. Mind you, it's on a different fault, so we'll leave that be. I do see another one over here besides Sumatra, a 4.4, and that came in yesterday at 22:07, 19.5 kilometers down. Moving up, bottom end of the Philippines, a 4.6 from 2:55 a.m. and 98.7 kilometers down. And top end of the Philippines, we have a 4.5, 17:55, 10 kilometers down. And here in the Japanese islands, we see a 4.2 at Nagata. And I'm not sure, well, that's a little ways away from our volcanoes. Our Suwanoshijimas over here. So that is kind of interesting there, 7:33 a.m. How long has your lizard been missing? I don't know. I've been missing for a while, a couple of days, and I'm not sure why he's missing. 4.5, and that is from 1815. Today, 69.3 kilometers down. And let's go with the other ones here. We see this one in Afghanistan, 4.0. Yesterday's 21:18, 147.7 kilometers down for him. And that is kind of the quakes for that area. For around the world, I'm going to have a real quick peek here in Hawaii before we change the subject here. And anyway, I'm not going to go through the quakes. I'm just going to poke at them here. 3.1 right there from 1759. This one 2.2, 4:42 a.m. 2.2 there. 1804, and then this one is a 2.0, and then we've got this one 2.1, and that is from 1517, that kind of thing, and some smaller ones around here. But we are still getting quakes around our wonderful Kilauea, and I'm hoping that we're going to see an increase in activity. Hope this is not waning. So we'll see what happens. So that is our earthquakes for today. I'm going to go take another break, you guys. So don't go away. I'm going to actually put the Hawaii volcano lava stuff back on the screen here. That is from our last year, of course. And I'm going to go take a break. I need to rest my throat. After the break, we'll come back and we will do our wonderful SO2, and then oh, I seen Robert Frary. No worries. Here's some nice music. Hit the like button if you haven't done that yet. Also, if you have not subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing. I will be back later. 5 minutes or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't go away. right, it sounds like my chat has gone right down the drain here. Okay, Sue, I'm going to teach you proper words to use it in an elegant fashion. You can use the term nitrogenous waste, and that will describe it very, very well. And it will not offend anyone. At least I hope you don't get any on you. Nitrogenous waste. Anyway, thank you for the welcome backs, and I can't spell that. Okay, no worries. Thank you for the welcome backs, Sue and Kananaska's country, and the one fish, and Thor saying oink oink, and nitrogenous waste. It's a little bit of fun, and I hate to tell you this, but they were looking for an answer on a radio show one day, and I phoned in, and that is the response that I gave them, and the DJ just absolutely laughed because he had, yeah, there you go, you got it, nitrogenous waste. Anyway, he thought, he actually asked me after we went off the air, this is, how the hell did you come up with that? And I just chuckled at, it is one of those things, but it was just very, very funny. Anyway, let's leave that alone because that could be a really stinky subject. Let's park our lava, and we will continue on with our show. With a little help from my phone. Okay, there you go. Anyway, taking a quick peek, we're not going to spend a lot of time on here, but we do see that the Kamchatka Peninsula is producing a little bit more SO2, and likely from places like Shivelish, and let's see, possibly Klyushuvskoy, as well as maybe down here in the bottom, it'd be Karimsky, yeah, that'd be the ones, and maybe even Bezimiani. I'm not sure which one is actually throwing out most of that, but that is about what we've got there. Nothing really too serious. We do see a hot spot out here. That's from a fire up in the Northwest Territories. A lot less SO2 in Alberta, which is really, really nice. Looks like most of Canada actually is pretty good. Same thing with most of the U.S. is fairly low levels right now, even around the Great Lake region. And we do see some kind of a stormy activity here, wiping out a lot more of that SO2. Looks pretty clean for the most part. Where we are seeing some is once we get down to Central America. And of course, we are seeing the stuff coming from Popocatépetl, and that is, a lot of that material has been plumed out and sitting there. It hasn't rained much there, so it's still in the air. Hopefully it'll get moved, and same with this plume just kind of drifting away. Very intense and heavy stuff. And of course we had the one here in Guatemala, Fuego, popped up a little while back, increased the levels in those areas, and then Popocatépetl went off and is continuing to go off. So that's kind of what we've got going on there. This plume is not from the Galapagos Islands. This is actually from over here on this side, and that is likely from Sangay. We do see a little bit of an increase around Nevado del Ruz, but nothing too major. Sabancaya, a little bit of a plume there. And then, of course, our Chilean friends here, we've got industrial stuff as well as the volcanoes doing their thing. And by the way, hello to Lizoid, good to see you. And moving along, we still see that mess out here. hopefully that will dissipate in sooner or later. And White Isle volcano still producing, and not so much from the refineries here down by Melbourne. The coking plants by Sydney still doing their thing, and we've got a fairly large amount of SO2 around Tofua, and still it's still working. So that could even be a little bit from other undersea volcanoes. We'll never know, but most of it from Tofua. Yasur and doing its thing there, and then Gawa and Eoba are still working away. A little bit less there, and I think they've got some rain falling in Papua New Guinea. That's what we see there. Nuotolok continuing with its area here, and then of course Semeru and doing its thing, and then that's kind of swirling around a little bit, and I think we are seeing some of that adding to what's coming from Merapi. And of course the other side here is from Jakarta, as well as some of the output from our wonderful Krakatau, and then going up here, Marapi and Currency. They're responsible for that. This one is Sinabung up there, and not so much, actually. It looks like it's really blown out here a little bit, but that is of course from Ibu and Dakono, and going up a little bit more. We see from Mayon and Bulasan, and then of course here we have Taal volcano right there, and of course the stuff from Manila and the rest of the populated area there, a dense population, so that's what we're seeing. And out in this area is from Suwanosi Jima, not that bad though, and we know a lot of this mess here is from our wonderful Sakurajima, and you see a very heavy presence around ASO. So ASO is actually putting out a fair amount of SO2 as well, and that is kind of interesting to see. So maybe ASO is going to be up to something. And looking here, Asama is throwing out a lot more SO2 as well, and we of course see from Tokyo quite a bit of a plume there, but this would be from Asama-san. And that is it for there. We got Kamchatka already pretty normal in China, pretty normal in India, and eastern India being bad. And going down here, South Africa still smelting some gold. DR Congo still doing its thing. Urta Ale hardly noticeable. And then we've got the oil refineries in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Iraq, and Iran doing their thing. And this plume, of course, was from Mount Etna, and that is moving to the east, and it is now gone over Turkey, over top of Cyprus, and looks like it's getting up here into the Russian area, Ukraine, and places like that. So hopefully it'll relax a little bit. And here, of course, is the fresh stuff coming out of Mount Etna, and that is kind of our SO2 report for today. The other areas in Europe looking pretty good, nothing in Iceland at all. So let's leave that be. Let's get into the weather real quick, and I'm going to shorten the weather a whole bunch because I can't go on with my voice. It's really starting to burn. So just looking up in the northern areas, we are seeing up to 20 degrees Celsius there in Alaska, and still seeing the same kinds of temperatures up in the Northwest Territories. BC is starting to warm up again a little bit more, and nice to see that. Vancouver sitting at about 17 according to this, and I've got a little bit warmer maybe over there for Bob over on the Rock. Our temperature here about 17 Celsius in Edmonton right now. Calgary coming in at 18, slightly warmer. And Kananaskis country out there in Swift Current, he's got about 16, 17 degrees. That's not bad. And it looks like a little bit more heat around Regina at 24 degrees. So that's not so bad. Winnipeg coming in at about 17. And Judy M's area somewhere around 17, about 15, 14, 15 to about 17 degrees. Looks like around Lake Superior quite cold. I don't know why. Well, we know why. There's a high sitting there, pulling down the cold air. And that is sitting, of course, over the very cold Hudson's Bay. We are seeing about 10 in Toronto, Detroit, coming in at 9, Chicago sitting at about 11 or 12, and about 11 or so out there in the other areas. Milwaukee about 10, so not bad for there. Montreal coming in at 8, Quebec City 8. Looks like we are cold for the most part, 6 up to about 11, 11 or 12 there in New Brunswick. And we see a 7 there in Halifax. Cole Harbour about 6, so a little bit on the chilly side. And of course we are seeing the other areas here in Newfoundland, 8 degrees looks like about the top temperature, 9 maybe in a couple of spots, but low digits for the most part. Still very cold up here in the tip. We are seeing -7, -6, -7 for those guys. Moving over a little bit, Portland at 20, San Jose coming in at 16. We are seeing San Francisco sitting at about 12. Looks like Redding is about 26, Sacramento 20, and Bakersfield sitting at 26. Los Angeles about 18. And Death Valley coming in about 35, 36 degrees right now, as far as what we can tell. 31, 32 in Las Vegas, and Mexicali sitting there at 32. So yeah, 35. We see up to 38 degrees, 39 I seen there. That's pretty warm for some spots in Death Valley. And we see 34 there in Phoenix, Tucson at 31, Albuquerque sitting at 26. Let's go down a little bit more. Corpus Christi is 27, 24 in San Antonio, 26 in Houston. Austin is 23, and Dallas coming in at 25. Oklahoma City at 22. Little Rock, Arkansas, 24 right now. New Orleans a little bit cooler today, 24, 25. And Miami not that warm, 23. And Orlando 22, 23. Jacksonville 21. And Atlanta sitting at about 21. Charlotte, North Carolina 18. Raleigh and Grandma B's house about 16, 17 degrees Celsius. And 16 in Virginia Beach, Baltimore about 21, Washington coming in at 19. We've got 18 there in Philadelphia, New York at 15, Boston at 13. Sliding down, looking at Cancun, 25 degrees. Mexico City, anywhere from about 21 to 18 to 21. So, yeah, and some of the hot spots there. 36, so they're kind of tying. Well, we had 38 degrees there in Death Valley, so not really a tie. Death Valley still holds the higher temp. Looks like a little bit chillier there in Colombia, about the same as yesterday actually, maybe a slight warmer, but not by much, and about 28 there in places in Venezuela. They're really not that bad temperature-wise, anywhere from about 24 to 28. Looking at the jungle area, again, 24 to about 20 27 degrees, and not bad for Colombia. And it looks like Guayaquil about 26 there in Ecuador, and Lima, Peru 21. And looks like the rest of the Peru pretty standard, nothing crazy. And looks like pretty normal for 24 down to about 22 or so, 20 in some spots, depending on where you are there in Bolivia. Our good friend Mars 2028 is enjoying the stay out there. 20 degrees in Rio right now. We do see the Amazon basin still sitting at anywhere from about 25 degrees to 28, 29 in some spots. Not bad. Paraguay, top end about 25, bottom end 20 or so, 19. And let's take a look at what we got here. Warm up in the top end of Argentina. Buenos Aires about 19, and looking at Paysandú coming in at about 20 degrees Celsius right now. And of course we see the cutoff point, and below that everything is cold. And thanks for that 2-minute warning. I'm way over that already, and I am going to have to take a break. We're going to go back to New Zealand after the break. So don't go away, you guys. For those good people who are here, if you haven't hit that like button yet, please give it a quick bop. As you can probably hear, my voice is just about gone. So we're going to try to do this fairly quickly when we come back, before I lose my voice all the way. And yeah, here comes some music. And don't go away. Hit the like button if you haven't done that yet. Help us out. And I'll be back soon. the microphone is back on. My voice is still not doing that much better, so we'll see how far we can get here. Anyway, I'm going to pause that wonderful lava. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sue in Kananaskis country, and I hear you, DrFox2000 from Sharon Stewart, and all good. Let's go back over to our weather map and have a quick peek. We were looking at, we did North and South America. We're going to have a quick peek at New Zealand, and we see Christchurch is sitting at about 14-15 degrees, and we see the maximum temperature there about, oh, there's an 18 and there's a 19. Pretty awesome on the east side, but the west side is still very cold, single digits for the most part. Wellington coming in at about 14, and then Auckland coming in at about 17. Taupo is somewhere around 12. Hastings be over there at 13. So not that warm there right now. Bay of Plenty looks like about 16 on average. We do see some 15s and some 17s in a couple spots. So that's kind of what we got over there. Let's go over to our next location, and that is our wonderful Tasmania, and we'll see about 13 or 14 at Hobart, and single digits in a lot of places. Coastal areas slightly warmer, but not by much. And Melbourne coming in at about 13. Adelaide is 13 or 14. Sydney itself about 19 or 20, depending on where you point. And looks like the interior is not that bad. We see 23 in Brisbane. Our lucky and wonderful Oz is enjoying some nice temperatures there. Not too hot and not too cold. So we got about 14 there in Perth. And the northern portions, we're seeing up to about 30 degrees Celsius in northern Australia. And that is not that bad. Pretty normal there. Well, a little bit cooler in Fiji, Vanuatu, northern end here at 27, and still not that warm. A little colder in that whole region. So I don't know if that's maybe because of a war up there. Even most of Papua New Guinea and not hitting those very, very high numbers, well below 30 degrees Celsius. Eastern Indonesia making it up to 30, but not anything over. There's a 31. Not many places so that are like that. Pretty nice weather for Java temperature-wise, 28, 29. You got to remember it's still early in the morning. It'll heat up a bunch for all of those areas. Singapore coming in at about 28, and Bangkok making it up to about 30, 31 degrees according to this map. 32 with what Sue just brought up from the weather guessers, so not bad. 30, 31 in Manila, and likely about the same story. And here's Mawar sitting over atop of, well, past Guam, and that is really zipping along there. Boy, that I wouldn't want to be out there on one of those little islands. That is pretty nasty looking. Moving along, we see Kagoshima sitting at about 21 degrees right now. Tokyo coming in about 19, roughly 19, 20. Looks like the western side of the island holding some nice temperatures right now. Actually, they're going to warm up a bunch more yet, so looking pretty good at 19, 20, 21, that kind of thing. Sapporo sitting at 22. That is incredibly hot for them. And over on the other side here, we are seeing up to 25 degrees on the island in the north. And quick peek at the Kamchatka Peninsula, 13, about the highest temperature, what we're seeing there. The rest are in single digits, but hey, that is pretty good. And the low is about 0, so they're going to have a lot of melting snow. Moving over a little bit and looking at India. India is heating up big time. And same with Sri Lanka. Oh, Sri Lanka is about normal. Delhi coming in at about 23, 24 right now. And what is this hot spot here? We got about 37, and that would be over in Pakistan. So that is pretty warm. Let's take a look at South Africa. Madagascar looking a lot colder. We've got that high sitting here. It's pumping up that cold air. That's what's going on. Cape Town, not very warm, sitting at 14. And yeah, looks like Madagascar not so good. Out here in Reunion Island, still 23 degrees or thereabouts. And the other one, I can't remember the name of it. Starts with M. Darn it. 24 for those guys. Anyway, Central Africa, not bad. We do see some higher elevations are colder. And the Sahara Desert up to about 36 degrees in some places. I don't see anything higher than that. So not too bad. UAE warming up a little bit, 31, 32 in some spots. And Saudi Arabia up to about 34. Oman sitting in the high 20s or low 30s. We see 33 there in Saudi Arabia. That's not bad. Iraq and Kuwait also enjoying those temperatures. 25 in Baghdad. Looking at what we've got here in Turkey. Not that bad, but still relatively cold. It needs to get warmer. 14, 15 in Malatya, and Adana coming in at about 15, 16, depending on where you're pointing. Piggy's place, she has got a balmy 17 or 18 degrees, and that is awesome. Thank you, Sue. Greece for Athens, 15 right now. Next one would be over in Sicily that we take a look at, and that's Radanzo coming in about 11 or 12 degrees, depending on where you're looking, but that is very close to Mount Etna. The rest of Sicily, especially the coastlines, are looking very, very nice temperature-wise right now at about 18 or 19 degrees. We see, 17, 18 there in Naples. Rome coming in at 15, and Milano sitting at about 16, so they're pretty good there too. Madrid is 14, Lisbon about 17, and Aurelio's place about 11, not so warm. 11 for Tanto as well, and Nantes. And then we see about 11 there in Paris. Munich coming in about a 9 or so, 9, 10 maybe. Frankfurt sitting at 8. Cologne only 8. Yvonne Coco's house 8. 8 in Brussels, and OFU Lux down to 6 or 7 degrees, and the rest of Belgium about the same. And we're seeing about 11 degrees or so there at Amsterdam, but a little chillier on the interior, down to about 7 in some places. Berlin coming in at a 9, Hamburg a 9, Copenhagen at 11, and Aarhus about 8 right now. So all good. And looking at Oslo, we've got a 6. St. Petersburg is way up here at 12. Moscow sitting at 14, 13, 14. That is a pretty good temperatures for them. Looking at England, we got about 11 degrees there in London, and Wales, anywhere, well, the coastal area is 11, and the interior here is 7 to about 9 degrees. Leeds coming in at about 13, going up a little bit more. Glasgow is at 8, Aberdeen coming in at about 8 or 9, and single digits in the rest of most of Scotland, and looking at Dublin about 10 degrees. The other side here, it looks like about 12 or so for, you brought up a 13. Oh, yeah, 12, 13, pretty close. for Doolin, where our wonderful Irish monk lives. And looking at Reykjavik coming in at about 6 degrees or so, 6 or 7, depending on where you're pointing. Well, it says a 6, 5 or 6, so not bad, but Sue brought it up. It said 7. That's okay. We'll leave it with that. And let's go look at precipitation, and I'm going to do this really, really quickly. We see Alaska's got some northwest territories, and the Yukon getting some moisture, and through the Rocky Mountains here we see some storms, or well, rain in general, not really big storms. We do have some activity in southern British Columbia here as well, and that is going down here into Washington and Idaho, and even into Montana. We are seeing this big storm here throughout, and they really need that rain there in Saskatchewan to put out that fire. So hopefully that is going to help with dousing the fires and getting rid of the smoke, and hopefully not creating any more from all the way down here into north and south. No, hang on, that is a Montana, that's a Dakotas. I was going to say into the Dakotas, but it's not. We do see everything from Nevada and northern portions of Utah, and the southern portions of Idaho and Montana getting nailed, and of course Wyoming, and here in Colorado, as well as looking at New Mexico and the top end of Texas, getting a bunch of storm stuff. Oklahoma not too bad, but hey, Kansas City and northward here, Omaha and Des Moines. Well, Des Moines is not getting any yet, but a small storm there, so that could always cause some problems. Looking to the eastern side real quick, we do see New York and Philadelphia and those areas, in Boston getting some rain. And Sue, you're going to get some rain in a day or so, and maybe tomorrow, like you haven't had any recently, right? Oh, it's going to come down in buckets too, and hopefully that won't be too bad. Let's take a look at the other storms here. All kinds of little storms, isolated storms in the Gulf of Mexico, as well as over here in the Caribbean, and we are seeing some of those also rain today and tomorrow. Okay. We see off the coast of Miami and those areas, they are getting a bunch. Mexico City and southward, we are seeing all kinds of intermittent storms as well, messing up our volcano viewing. And looking at South America, we see the normal rainforest stuff happening there in Colombia, Venezuela, and the Guianas, as well as Peru and Ecuador. Looks like right now Rio de Janeiro is doing pretty good. Might get a shower there. Buenos Aires definitely just skirting it, and Paysandú on the other side of it. So that may be a little bit of a storm for those good folks. And of course the Chilean coastline. What do you expect? It's going to be that way all the time. And we see some nasty storms out here in the ocean. This high, of course, dragging down some warmer air for New Zealand, which is probably a good thing, but we are seeing rain on the west coast and nothing up on the northern island, South Island getting that rain. Fiji looks dry right now. New Caledonia, maybe a few spots. Vanuatu, northern islands getting some. And here's a pretty nasty front, and that is working its way through. Adelaide getting it, and of course Melbourne right now just on the outskirts of it. Tasmania, though, definitely in the wash. And we'll see if that moves inland a little bit more and gives those good people some rain. Papua New Guinea, this is why it's not so warm there. A big storm's happening, and Mawar is probably responsible for it. The clear skies we seen there in Java, well, we can see a little bit more of it for a while, and we can see that we've got Singapore getting some rain, a good chunk of Thailand, and going up, looking at whatchamacallit, Hong Kong in here, getting nailed. Not too bad for Japan, a little bit on the eastern side here, south of Tokyo, so nothing too major. Kamchatka Peninsula, not too bad. They got a little bit on the northern areas there. India, up around Delhi, getting nailed, and the stuff down here in the middle of India as well, doing its thing. And hey, where did that other storm go? What was it? A Fabian. Where's a Fabian? Is this what's left of a Fabian, or is this it here? I have no idea what happened to it. Oh no, somebody stole Fabian. Oh boy. What? I got a secret hummingbird recipe. Hey, no hummingbird recipes. You can't kill them. They're not very big for eating. Cape Town getting some rain. Eastern side of Madagascar getting rain. And of course, we see in the central regions of Africa doing its thing. A little bit of rain in the Sahara Desert, kind of odd. Nothing over in UAE, Oman, those areas, Saudi Arabia, pretty dry. A couple of spots there in Syria, and possibly, well, we see in Iraq and Turkey, and not so bad. Piggy, I'm not getting any rain, and that is probably good for her right now. Milano area is getting rain, so we got Switzerland and the northern Italian regions are getting some, and of course the mountains to the north of Barcelona, Spain, definitely getting some. Of course, down here on the Algerian coast, as well as Tunisia, getting some moisture as well. Looks like Germany is dry for the most part. Same thing with most of France and Holland and Belgium, Luxembourg, and of course Denmark is pretty good too. Ireland and England and Wales and Scotland, not bad. Norwegian coastline, ugh. Yeah, always like that. And then we see a system sitting throughout Finland here as well for them. Quick peek at Iceland and seeing what's happening there. They've got some snow in some places. Nothing too crazy though. And that is kind of what we've got going on there for precipitation. And hopefully everyone will fare well. Let's put it back on temperatures, and we'll find that cold spot on the planet. Death Valley is going to keep its hot spot for right now, and we'll see what we got here. Minus 70 something, 71, 73. I seen on there minus 73. Let's see, anything colder in these regions? No. And yeah, minus 73 right there. Let's zoom in a little bit, see if we can find anything colder. Oh, there's a minus 74. That's not that cold. There's a minus 75. Minus 75 degrees Celsius. That is cold, but probably not the coldest place. Looking around here a little bit, oh, and we see some more minus 72, 73, 74s. What about in there? No, it looks like a 74. Minus 75 seems to be the coldest I've found so far. Do we have a minus 76? Maybe not. Minus 75. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything colder right there. Checking some other places. 72, 73. No. I am going to have to stick with a minus 75, I think. That'll be it for today. So, minus 75 degrees Celsius. Oh, Sue found minus 77. She is giving me a second-degree beating. Wow. And that is it for today's stream. Sue wins once again with a second-degree beating. Yeah. Good stuff, Sue. Glad you found it. And we lost Fabian. Fabian is gone. I wonder who beamed him up. But we still have Mawar. Mawar is still working away. And hope that everybody is okay. Let's leave it there, ladies and gentlemen. I'll put you back on the can lava. And yeah, Sue is going to head out and feed the animals in the cold places. Awesome, Sue. Excellent. And it is time for me to wrap up the stream. My voice is done, so I need to rest it now. And just a quick reminder for all of you who are here, tomorrow there is no stream. And I'm taking a day off to rest. So that is what we're going to be doing. So, but we'll be back on Friday. Friday's stream will be there, but tomorrow is Thursday, so no stream for Thursday, just so you know that. And on those friendly notes, it's really time to say thank you to our wonderful gift givers and super chatters. Piggy threw in one gift there, and it was Ken Wilson that got that, if I recall. And then Piggy also threw in a small super chat. Linda Schoof threw in a super chat, and Oz threw in a super chat. Thank you guys for your wonderful contributions. Greatly appreciate the support, and a big thank you to each and every one of you who is in here, whether you're a lavalier or not. I do appreciate all of you, and I'm glad that our wonderful happy lava family is intact and still doing well, and hopefully we will get some more wonderful eruptions happening soon. Anyway, thank you, Sue, for helping out with the volcano reports. That is always awesome. Thanks, Sharon, for your scorekeeping and stuff like that. And thank you, all of you, for being here. Without you, of course, the stream wouldn't be. So, anyway, time to wrap up and be good. Oh, a big thank you to our moderators. We got Arizona Snowman, we have Piggy, we have a C&D Boy, we have Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, Lucas Snow, Joseph Fields, Texas, and Mona Lisa Smiles as well. Thank you, moderators. Appreciate your hard work. It really does show, and you guys are awesome. So, on those notes, it is a time to get off of here. And if you haven't hit the like button yet, please give it a quick bump on the way out the door. Also, if you haven't subscribed, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. Only going to add one more thing. Please, please tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. Good night, everyone, and take care, and we'll see you all on Friday. Remember that, Friday. No show tomorrow, so on Friday. Good night, all, and oink oink!